Morning, everybody. Starting a little early here. Lots of movements here as the morning starts. A lot of people trying to get out. Still got 5 minutes for the official start time of the show. Another A220, we're ready for departure. That last one off to San Diego, that A220-300 headed to San Diego, California. This one here off to Jacksonville, Florida. Good morning, Tim. Everything is well so far. Very cloudy morning here so far. I hear another A220. Two A220s departing a moment ago. We'd had a JetBlue one depart before we got on the air here. Looks like we got another JetBlue A220 on the way. This American Eagle went off flight radar. We'll check on that one here in a moment, or this one here on your screen. This A220 pilot laying into those Pratt & Whitneys. Beautiful sounds first thing this morning, that A220. Again, we got about a minute for start time. He's just sitting there. He's just holding it. Holding the brake, holding the throttle, right in the sweet spot. So that is that A220 you guys are hearing right there. It's like he's holding the brake and keeping the engine spooled a little bit there. All right, good morning, everybody. It is 11 o'clock. Hope everybody had a wonderful week this week. Hope you guys had a wonderful start to your weekend. One more day left in the weekend. A couple weeks left until Christmas, 20 days from Friday. About 18 days left until Christmas. I have an announcement for you guys later in the show once we get more folks in here to watch. I got something planned for you guys on Thursday. Boy, he is, he's all about it. I like this pilot. We need him more often. Bringing us the sweet whale sounds. Singing us an early morning symphony. So, like I said, later on in the show, I've got an announcement, if you guys stick around for that. I've got memberships to gift as well, a little later on as well, once more folks join the show. But I think I got something you guys will hopefully enjoy. Hopefully everyone will be able to tune in. It'll be something different midweek. We need this pilot here more often. So if you guys were here before we officially started the show, you know it is very foggy at the moment. Hard to see things on final. So things will be a little more difficult until some of this fog layer burns off. But as you can see, there is some sunshine out there. So hopefully the fog layer will eventually burn off. Got an American 737-800 sitting out at the end of the runway holding short. Actually, he's on the move already. According to flight radar, he was holding short. No info yet for this one. He was sitting in the penalty box for about 20 minutes. Tower's getting some sunlight. Now we got a new viewer in and around the airport, but the tower looking fantastic this morning, by the way. Got a CRJ out at the end. Let's see, where are you headed? American Airlines 970. I'm going to say it's headed to Miami. According to it right now, it's not heading anywhere. Cirrus Vision Jet G2 launching off over here, 23 left. Nope, that's headed to Chicago. American Airlines at 970 to Chicago O'Hare. It's surprisingly really foggy. It's been, let's see, what day did it rain? Thursday. It's been a very dreary last few days. No sunshine whatsoever. Thursday, Friday, or yesterday. So maybe we'll get some sunlight today. What's up, David? Good morning. Again, good morning, everybody. Happy Sunday if you guys are just joining in. Again, I have those memberships to gift out a little later, as well as I have a little bit of not an announcement per se, but something a little more different for you guys coming up next week. Hopefully we get a lot more of those contrails as the day progresses. Speaking of snow, weather prediction tomorrow for Raleigh area, talking about snow all afternoon tomorrow. Again, just like Friday, they said it was going to snow. I'll believe it when I see it. Right? We didn't have any snow at all on Friday. That's why I was saying Wednesday night when we were on the show that believe it when I see it. It's not one of those things that I rely heavily on is the weather forecast. Southwest 749, a max 8 coming in about 8 minutes. We've got Breeze and another A220 over here. Third one already of the show. Fourth one, I should say. Fourth A220 of the show. Should call RDU the A220 capital. Lots and lots of A220s. This A220 is headed off to Albany. Thank you, Christopher Brown, for the $4.99 super chat. Greatly appreciate that. Again, you guys, I've got the memberships to be gifted later on today. Still trying to reach our goal of 7,000 subscribers by Christmas. So we've got some time for that one. As a matter of fact, I forgot to check the subscriber count. I think it's 61. I think we're at 68, 61. Starting to lift. JetBlue, this A220. Miss Carolina gifting out one Carolina Aviation membership. Thank you to her. Keeping you guys in the memberships. Congratulations. Again, if you guys are just joining us, I do have something special planned for next week. Hopefully you guys will be able to tune in. By far, this is our favorite A220 pilot right here. Making this A220 sing first thing this morning. JetBlue off to JFK. Got a little blue sky peeking through here. So that was JetBlue 286 off to JFK, New York. We've got a American 737 turning around and coming back. Trying Trying to see where it's going. I got an ad here. I really need to, there we go. That's 737, that's American Airlines 1906. Supposed to be headed to Charlotte. Looks like they're headed back to the gate. Actually, that might have been one that was parked over on the overnight parking area. So this A220 off to Albany. Finally, this little E175 getting a move on here just below us. And hold on, let's go back over here for a moment. I'm assuming this is a charter or a Boeing business jet or something. I can't get a good read on the registration number there. If you guys can see that better than I can on the screen, you can figure out what that is. Looks like a Boeing business jet though. So Southwest from Austin, Texas, taking an odd route today. They didn't come in from the south, avoiding weather, I presume. Came in and flew over Kentucky to make their way in here. They've got about 3 minutes left in their journey. They should land 23 right, as they'll be using the ILS, if I remember correctly. The ILS for 23 left is still broken, or not in operating order. So they'll be coming in at 23 right. Let's zoom out here, check on this one. Let's check on all of our internationals. Everybody on their way. Copa Airlines, 1 hour 56 minutes from Panama City. Aeromexico Connect, 2 hours 5 minutes from Mexico City. Air France, 5 hours 4 minutes. American from London, 5 hours 55 minutes. So it kind of looks like, I'm not sure if Air France left late, 5 hours. That puts them right at 4 o'clock, 4:20, their normal arrival time. So another, is that a CRJ or is this one of our Mad Dogs? We saw one Mad Dog last Sunday. I think that's a CRJ though. Charter is a 737-700. Thank you. Yeah, I don't know. I see it sitting over there. Every now and then they come in, they stay here for like a week or two at a time, sometimes, depending on what their situation is, what they're up to. Owen is referring to the fighter jet chilling just behind the tree right here. This one flew in, I think it was Thursday or Friday. A friend of mine sent me a message about it. So I think it was Thursday, Friday. Be nice if it would leave today. Southwest coming in at 23 right. Okay, so it was yesterday. I couldn't remember if it was Thursday, Friday, or yesterday. All my days ran together. I worked yesterday, so unfortunately I worked yesterday. I heard we got the A340 yesterday. A friend of mine texted me about that. He's like, yeah, we got the A340, and I was like, figures, I have to work. So the A340 being kind of elusive at the moment for us. Nice level, long level departure there. Then they finally pulled back on that one. Any info on that? Headed to JFK, Republic Airways at 4788. Off to JFK. Had to move our tripod just a little bit. So Southwest getting ready to come through the clouds here any moment. The MAX 8 from Austin, Texas. So if you guys are just joining us, a very, very foggy day here. It's supposed to quote unquote snow tomorrow if you guys are in the area. I'll be at work. I'd like to be out here for a snow show. Hopefully it'll snow some on the weekends. There's our 737 MAX from Austin. Southwest 749 flying 2 hours, 12 minutes. That want to make its turn around and head up the hill here in just a moment. Southwest. That MAX up the hill. Southwest going to sit here and wait. I believe there's another one possibly pushing back. Gotta wait on one in and one out. Let's take another peek at flight radar. What do we got going on here? That CRJ off to Newark, New Jersey. Endeavor 5273. We do have that Beach King Air 350 coming in from Georgetown. That one arriving in 37 minutes or so. They just departed 15 minutes ago. Looks like everything is on a departure slot. Our next arrivals are in about 20 minutes. Envoy 3686, our next closest arrival according to flight radar. Followed by Frontier 3074. Coming in from Cleveland, an A321. That one arriving in 21 minutes. We do have Breeze Airways coming up from New Orleans, Moxie 330. That one arriving in 12 minutes. Followed by Delta 1699 from Atlanta, 737-900. Yeah, we're definitely going to try to stay as warm as possible today. So again, like I said, I've got memberships to gift. If you guys are just joining us, probably do that around lunchtime. Also, around lunchtime, I will divulge our plans for next week. Something a lot different than what you guys are used to. I'm hoping that it'll be very, very exciting. Yeah, we're not, I don't know, the high today is supposed to be, what, 53, something like that. Tomorrow's supposed to be snow. Ops making a run of the runway. 23 left. So if the clouds... If the clouds and the fog continue, everybody will continue to land at 23 right. 23 left, ILS, I believe, still down. Getting ready to have a fuel truck cross in front of our Southwest. So, instead of actually being in the penalty box, this one's sitting on the taxiway there. Waiting for another one to push back. Yeah. Moxie 330 is going to go to the west here, so they can land 23 right. So a couple minutes for them. Nice busy 30 minutes there to start the show. A lot of departures. Hopefully the rest of the day will run like that as well. Uh-oh, somebody getting pulled over? They are. I was like, what? Interesting. Well, the ILS is back for 23 left. Oh, okay. Nice. Thank you, John. I wasn't sure. It's been a while since I've heard anybody mention ILS for 23 left. And all of Southwest has been landing this side so far this morning, 23 right. I prefer everybody on this side though, 23 right. Especially for the departures. Although 23 left in our where we are, it is a little closer. By the way, we don't have the ATC up right now. Waiting on it to charge. I forgot to bring it in along with everything. I brought everything else in, but the radio yesterday. So we're waiting on that to charge a little bit before we use it. I want to know what this person did. Probably nothing. I don't know. I got two cars. There was one already sitting there. And they pulled this person over and they pulled in right behind one of them and then another one pulled up. A little, action out of RDUPD down there. They're all hiding behind the trees. Finally, some blue sky coming through. Yeah, we've got Moxie, we've got Delta, we've got American and Frontier all within the next few minutes. The last arrival will be in 13 minutes out of the 4 of those. Got another Breeze Airways Moxie 134 coming up from Tampa, 14 minutes, so that'll be the last one of that cluster. And then hopefully we start to see more from the west making their way in here. Frontier, excuse me. Copa right now over the Keys. 1 hour 40 minutes. 737 800 for Copa today. JetBlue 2930. They still have an hour and a half left in their journey. They're coming in from San Juan, Puerto Rico. Aeromexico's still out there. We've got Frontier 1225 coming from San Juan, Puerto Rico as well. It hasn't departed yet, but it is up on flight radar. Hey, Barb. Barb back out there in Wyoming. Yeah, we're supposed to get snow here tomorrow. Like I said, just like Friday or Wednesday when we were talking about Friday. Believe it when I see it, especially when it comes to this area. Southwest really sitting here waiting for quite a time, isn't it? So 30 more minutes. I'll gift out memberships, and I'll tell you what our plan is for later this week. Going to be a bit of an odd day as well. Now they let that car go, so they must not have wrote him a ticket or anything. Exec jet. All right. Okay, Eric, no need to show off. No, I'm just playing. 80. Oh, what I wouldn't give to be in about 75-degree weather right about now. It's not cold. According to the computer, it says it's 36, but it's definitely not 36. It's probably in closer to 40 by now. What does the METAR say? The METAR says it's 37, so maybe, I don't know, maybe it is 36. Got all the fuel trucks parked and lined up over there. There's not a whole lot going on over at General Ave today. There's a couple planes sitting over there. Let's see, is this one on radar? It is not. It's not even, it's not even cold yet, honestly. It is, but it's not. They're talking about it's supposed to be colder next week. Again, talking snow for tomorrow afternoon. I don't think any of it will stick. Unless it gets really, really cold tonight, I don't think we'll have a whole lot sticking. We've got something small landing over here on this side. Have a little exec jet touching down 23 right. Speaking of Tampa, we've got that breeze coming in next. Oh, no, this one's coming from New Orleans. The other one's coming from Tampa. As our exec jet crosses. Still really foggy. Finally, a breeze popping through the clouds. Nice, thank you, Grumpy. Grumpy saying that Embraer owned by Carolina Air Ltd. Says E190 flying an hour 34 from New Orleans. Moxie 330. I would probably say anywhere from 10 to 15 mil, probably. Our buddy Pip giving us a $4.99 super chat. He is out in Memphis, Tennessee today, later this afternoon. He'll start about an hour before we end today. So we'll end with the Air France 777 today at 4:30, 4:20, 4:30. Southwest at 737, 700. I saw this one touch down while I was driving in. Right, Barb? I could use an exec jet. Got to keep the the cost of maintenance up on it though. And storage. This Southwest 1425 headed to Nashville, Tennessee, 737 700. There we go. Finally, after a quiet little bit here, we're starting to get some action. Another A220, looks like a 100 for Delta Airlines headed out. That one probably headed to LaGuardia. Southwest from Houston finally making their way to the gate. Told you they were waiting on somebody. Again, this one on the ground probably about an hour here on the ground. Ooh, rent one for a day. I know you can get flights. There's a way to get kind of cheap flights, 600 to 1,000 on one like NetJets or whatever. Can't remember. Somebody was talking about it on Instagram one day. You can get somewhat reasonable fare on an exec jet, like I said, NetJets or one of those. That's that too, by the hour. That's usually how it goes. 'Cause you got to think fuel costs. If you've got any flight attendants or anything like that you're flying with. Envoy 3686 coming in from Chicago. This one flying 1 hour 24 minutes to the E175. Gotta wait for it to break through the fog. That would, you know what, Barb? That would be awesome. Rent out a private jet for the day for a meet and greet. So again, an hour 25 from Chicago for Envoy 3686. Next arrival is going to be that Delta 1699 from Atlanta. 54 minutes of flight time for the 737-900. Saw that A319 passing in front of the E175 here. As we've got a departure. And Delta 1699 from Atlanta. Give you that info on that departure in just a moment. American 2683 off to Dallas Fort Worth at A320. Got the E-175 making their way in. Let's see, Frontier 3074 coming in. We've got Breeze. It looks like they're going to go out and make a loop from Tampa here. We're going to continue on. Frontier 3074 coming in from Cleveland, Ohio, our next arrival. No info on who's on board this one, which is weird. Normally you have a name and animal type on board, but this one doesn't appear to have one this morning. Waiting on Frontier to pop through the clouds here again, coming in from Cleveland. Now we're finally getting some sunshine. Might actually get warm enough to take my jacket off. Frontier finally cracking through the clouds. Yeah, we gotta make some more emojis, but we gotta have more members in order to add more emojis. We're at our emoji cap. Speaking of memberships, if you guys are interested in joining the memberships, please feel free to do so. That really helps out the channel, as well as liking and subscribing. If you guys are new, please feel free to subscribe, say hello. Trying to make that get to 7,000 by Christmas. Let's see, you guys can see it better than I can. I can't read the name. $100 likes already today. Thank you so much. Oops. I need like a 55-inch monitor down here. I cannot read that. Martin, the brown pelican? Is that what that says? I can read the brown pelican part. All right, the A220-100 for Delta on the move. Somebody's starting up somewhere. What is that? to see if that was our, this one starting up. Something really loud starting up. I don't know if you guys are hearing it, but. All right, Delta off to LaGuardia at A220-100, Delta 1652. A321 departure for American Airlines. Southwest, another 737-700 on the way out. We've got another American A319 on the move. Let's see where the A321 was headed. American Airlines 1895 off to Charlotte. About a 20-minute flight or so. We do have Moxie 134 coming in from Tampa. That A220-300 landing 23 left. Capture that arrival after the departure of the A319. Busting through the clouds. Again, this one coming in from Tampa. 1 hour, 25 minutes of flight time for the A220. So 10 more minutes, we'll gift out those memberships, and I'll give you that tidbit of information on what we're up to this week. Something different, something fun, hopefully. Hopefully you guys will enjoy where we're off to this weekend, this week, somewhere where you've never been before. So hopefully that'll get you guys excited about the announcement. Going somewhere we've never been. As the A220 touches down. Yeah, so Sky GT, I have 10 memberships that I'm able to gift. Those are randomly selected by YouTube. I don't select who receives those. So we just throw a random 5 into the first Sunday of every month and the last Sunday of every month usually. All right, the A319 American Airlines 2340 off to Miami, arriving in 1 hour 35 minutes. We've got that Beach King Air 350 coming in from Georgetown, a private owner. That one arriving in just a few minutes. That one on final, along with Southwest. Southwest going to come in 23 right. Looks like the King Air coming in on the left. Southwest 2188 coming in from Nashville, Tennessee. Arriving in just a few minutes. This one here off to Houston. Southwest 4178, the 737-700. So a couple of arrivals coming up. We've had a couple planes that slide out to the end. We've got ops out at the end. I was trying to see if there's anything going on with this one. Still nothing yet. Probably won't leave until sometime tomorrow. We've got a couple of Deltas on the way out while we wait on that Beach King and Southwest Airlines. Get a couple of Deltas headed out. One 737 at 1A319. And then, like I said, oh, wait, there it is. There it goes. I told you guys I heard something weird sound starting up. There we go. Couldn't see that there was anybody over there with it, but there we go. Oh, now if you would just come to 23 right to depart, that would be fantastic. Man, if we could get that thing on 23 right, man, that would be awesome departure. It's going to depart 23 left. Southwest coming in right now, about to touch down here in just a moment. Not going to change our focus though. I'm going to make sure we keep an eye on this one. Yeah, I believe it's an old F4. It's a training plane. I'm not mistaken. I'm not too polished on too much of the older military stuff. But a nice, could be a yeah, I don't know. I don't know what it is. You guys in the chat know probably better than I do with these older military jets. So this is quite the surprise here. I don't know if I'll be able to get over the shoulder here to get any more of the departure other than once it gets to the parking garage. You guys know once they reach the parking garage. Well, I'm just going to go ahead and make our announcement for later this week since we're talking military here. Thursday morning, we're going to have a show. We're going to head out to Seymour Johnson Air Force Base. On Thursday, I've got to take the day off and go out there to renew a driver's license because there isn't one close enough to me apparently until sometime next next year. Sounding departure. So, like I said, we'll be heading out to Seymour Johnson on Thursday. I haven't set a start time or anything like that. Again, we've never been to Seymour Johnson. I don't know how it's going to go as far as doing a show goes, but hopefully the service is good enough out there. A friend of mine says it's fairly decent. I have Verizon. So we'll see how things go, whether or not we'll be able to get a decent show off the ground for you guys out there at Seymour Johnson. Man, there's a lot of movements going on now. No, sadly I don't. I wish I did. You guys were asking us when we were going to go out to Seymour Johnson. I just so happened to make some things, put some things together, and be able to go out there. Again, I'm going out there to renew a driver's license because there's nowhere within a 50-60 mile radius of me to get my driver's license renewed. So I have to go all the way out there. That's right. I don't know if we can do them at the can we do them at the kiosk in Harris Teeter? Either way, I'm taking the day off to go out that way. My driver's license really isn't up for renewal, but I'm trying to get my real ID. And it took Miss Carolina not a whole lot of time, but she had to wait a couple weeks before she had been there. No, not even Clayton. I think it was Rocky Mount, Hendersonville, or Henderson, Fayetteville, and Goldsboro. See, I didn't know you could do it at the Harris Teeter kiosks. Well, okay. I mean, if we can do it that way, maybe we won't go out to Seymour Johnson. I'll just do it at Harris Teeter. Yeah, see, there you go. Real ID. You got to do it in person. So that was the issue, is I got to do the real ID, and you got to take a whole bunch of stuff with you, from what I understand. So, again, that's what we're doing out there. But I figure I'll give you guys a show at Seymour Johnson. Again, never been there on a normal day. We'll. A friend of mine said Thursdays are fantastic, so we'll see how that goes. Type R. Now we have those 5 Carolina Aviation memberships to gift out to you guys. So give me just a moment here while we get ready for that. I gotta do this through the computer. It won't let me do it on my phone, unfortunately. All right, so 5 memberships coming your way. Congratulations to the 5 of you that got gifted. Again, I do not select who gets gifted those memberships. Those are all on YouTube. YouTube does all of that. So congratulations to the 5 of our new members. As I try to resituate this here. Oh, I need to do one more thing real quick as we wait for another arrival and departure. Got to do one more thing here behind the scenes for today's show. Meant to do it last night when I set up the show and forgot. So I need to do that real fast while we've got no movements. don't know which one is today's. Pip, if you're listening, I don't know if I can redirect to you, sir, because you've got 2 coming up, and you've used the same thumbnail for both shows. So I don't know which one is today. I was trying to send you guys out to Pip when we finish here, but I have no idea which thumbnail is for today and which one is for another day. He has 2 coming up. But he'll be on later. Thank you, John. We'll hopefully I'll have the radio on by the time you come into work. Hopefully, if you're up there, we'll be able to hear you chattering with the pilots. Greg B, welcome to economy class. Thank you for joining the memberships. Again, great way to support the channel. Thank you guys. The memberships are what keep this channel going. So thank you guys so much for the memberships. As we get American touching down here. Yeah, again, Miss Carolina did hers recently, so she's got a lot of everything ready for us. Again, it was just finding a place to be able to do it in person that was close enough, and I figured, you know what, it's a Thursday, let's make a day out of it and go give you guys a little military action, shall we? Hopefully it'll be a good day out there. I've never been to Seymour Johnson on a normal afternoon. A friend of mine says it's fantastic on Thursdays, so we shall see. Hopefully you guys will be able to join us. I know it'll be kind of odd and kind of early morning deal. My appointment's at 2:30, so depending on where it's at in relation to Seymour Johnson will depend on what time we end the show. So we have so we'll do that, give you guys a nice show out there, hopefully. Gotta make a thumbnail and get that set up. She won't be there. She won't be going with me on Thursday, I don't think. Yeah, I don't see why I would have any issues streaming from there. Again, there's a road, from what I understand, there's a road, you can go right up to the fence. People take photographs all the time, hang out there quite often. Nobody's ever had any issues, from what I understand. I got a friend that goes out there quite a bit, actually, and he's like, yeah. Uh-oh, Robbie's in the hospital. What's up, Robbie? Yeah, she won't be... I don't know that she'll be out there with us on Thursday. She's got work. The kids have their therapy and stuff. During the week, it's hard for her to be out with us. So both the kiddos have a therapy every day that they go to from like, I don't know, till 5 every day. Every day but the weekends. I'm looking forward to it. I really am. Again, don't know how it's going to turn out. I don't know how things are going to go. The only time I've ever been to Seymour was for the air show last year. So we'll try. We'll do our best to make the best. 129 likes according to my reading. Thank you guys for smashing the like button today. Make sure if you guys haven't smashed the like button yet, please do so. Gonna be here till 4:30. Today we're gonna end the day with the Air France 777. Nice loud 737 departure. We've got United on final. United 1365, a max 8 from Newark. That one touching down already. It sounds really painful, Robbie. Sounds really, really painful, actually. Breaking a hip, a leg, breaking any bones sounds awful. Hopefully you recover nicely. I haven't broke a bone since I was probably 10 or 11. Although I do feel like I break my feet every single day. Because I have some issues with my feet, and I have talked about it here on the show. I need to have reconstructive surgery of one of them, but yeah, Miss Carolina's working around the house making compost bins. She's gonna do some raised gardening next year. So the Delta A320 off to Fort Lauderdale. Delta 1038. The 737 before that, Delta 2478 off to Atlanta. We've got Frontier hanging out over here in the penalty box. We've got American Airlines 2688 coming in from Charlotte. An A321 coming in. Oh, we got a nice executive helicopter here. I don't know if I can get it before it goes behind the thing. Wheels up for that one. It's a nice helicopter. Got the landing gear that tucks away. Lots and lots of movement here to start off hour number 2 of the show. It's going to be followed by a Delta. I would say 5 to 10. 33 minutes of flight time for the A321 from Charlotte. Next arrival is going to be Delta 1561 coming in from LaGuardia. So Frontier's hanging out. Let's see. Let me make sure we're not going to miss anything here like that helicopter a moment ago. Another A220-100 for Delta. That one arriving in about 2 minutes from LaGuardia. And we've got an exec jet behind that. It's a private owner. It's an Embraer Phenom 100 EV. This one coming in from Macon. Followed by Southwest 2285 from Dallas. That one arriving in 4 minutes, 737-800. Let's check on JetBlue and Copa. Copa right now crossing over Jacksonville. They'll be here in an hour, 58 minutes for that one. JetBlue from San Juan, Puerto Rico. Nothing special for this one today. No special liveries. JetBlue 2930. 47 minutes for this one from San Juan, Puerto Rico. Here's that Beach King Air 350 off and rolling again. Dropped off and now on the move again. Delta finally starts to peek through the fog, the lingering fog. Waiting for the game. I like that too. I thought I might have zoomed in a little too quickly. There we go. It'll be nice once everything clears up. Fog sticking around this morning. A lot of moisture in the air. Don't know if it rained again last night or not. Car was wet when I got outside. The A220 from LaGuardia will pull off. I haven't checked to see if we can actually get that shot through the fence. I'm a little off today. You can get a little bit of it there through the things here in the parking garage. Let's check on Aeromexico as well. That one should be, looks like they're out over Memphis. They still have about an hour left, so a couple of our international flights going to arrive together. Oh, the exec jet bailed on the arrival. I was wondering where it was at. Looks like the exec jet bailing on the arrival. So that's going to leave us with Southwest 2285 coming in from Dallas Fort Worth. That one arriving in 2 minutes. That's going to be on 23 left, it looks like. You can kind of see it out there. Finally, we're getting a little bit of a break in the clouds. I saw it for a minute. Right back behind those clouds. Got Ash 6148 coming in from Houston, E175LL. This one operated by Mesa Airlines. It is a United Express. That one arriving in 6 minutes. That one's downwind of us currently. I hear another A220. That might be the 100, but it could be Breeze as well. Got a 737 at 900 ready to go. So Southwest 2285 from Dallas, Loves Field. 2 hours, 2 minutes. Got Delta on the way out. Breeze, that one came in. They're still up on flight radar. They came in from Tampa 30 minutes ago. That exec jet finally turning to make their way back in. Hey, Brian Lloyd, good afternoon. Again, a good afternoon, everybody. Happy Sunday. If you guys missed the announcement, if you guys are just joining us, we'll be headed out to Seymour Johnson on Thursday morning. See how a show does out there. No, John, no snow yet. It's supposed to snow tomorrow, but I don't know. It's supposed to start rain in the morning and then transition over to snow. Whether or not it actually will or not, I have no idea. Probably not. Again, I don't anticipate snow ever until I see it actually flying. It's just the way it is around here, man. So we've got Frontier joining the mix out here. Frontier coming in from Boston. An hour 51 minutes of flight time. Looks like that exec jet is going to try to touch down 23 right here. That's what's holding up our American Airlines departure here. get our ATC back up and going here in just a little while. 153 likes. Thank you guys for smashing the like button. One of our viewers will be hanging out today. Not with us, but they'll be here at the airport. So we want to make sure we get ATC going a little later in the show. Probably around 1 o'clock I'll do that. Alright, our Embraer Phenom 100 EV should be slicing through the clouds in just a moment. I can barely see that one. There it is. The fog is really holding on there just to the north of the airport. Right here above us, almost, and off to the east. Right here above my head, almost clear blue sky. There's an open patch in the clouds. See, there we go. Leroy with all the info. The San Jose Sharks. That's that 737-700 charter we have over there on the hard stand. Good afternoon, Leroy. Linka, good evening to you. Eddie, good afternoon as well. You guys missed out on the, not sure what, some of them are saying T-45 military jet departure there right around the noon hour, like 5 minutes before noon. That'll probably make the thumbnail of the day, in fact. So this one flying an hour 10 minutes. They did bail on their arrival the first time, so they did make a second attempt. They bailed well before we could even see them. Mesa Airlines from Houston up next, which is United Connect or United Express. The E175LL flying 2 hours 2 minutes. Oh, the little Embraer was right way drywall. Nice. I think the guy that owns Waste Management has a plane here at RDU. So again, United Express, operated by Mesa Airlines from Houston. There we go. We're starting to get a little bit longer view of our arrivals. This one should be Frontier Airlines. Frontier 3057 from Boston to 1 hour 57 minutes of flight time for the A321neo. Ramona celebrating a membership milestone. Getting close to 2 years for Ramona. Thank you, Ramona, for being a friend of ours for the last 20 months. Ramona always coming and hanging out with us. She's always got some good things to show there on Instagram if you guys go and follow her. Showing a lot of things from her Atlanta trip and her Dulles trip over the last month or so. Some really good content. Excuse me. Cooler weather messing with my nose. Surprisingly, I don't have a cold. Miss Carolina's been sick as a dog for the last week and a half. Honestly surprised I haven't got it. Alright, let's get that one up on radar. We've got a pushback of an E-175 for American Eagle. American Airlines 1906. That 737-800 off to Charlotte. Nice low departure there for the 737. Got a Cessna Citation Bravo coming in next and arriving in about 3 minutes. That one coming in from Farmingdale. About an hour and a half flight from Farmingdale. This is a good looking exec jet ready for departure. Is it waste industry? Okay, you're right. I get them mixed up too, that's why I said that. So I do know the Waste Industries plane hangs out here at RDU. So this 737 MAX 8 off to Bewee. Yeah, I would absolutely love to travel tons of places. If I could make a career out of traveling, I definitely would. As long as it has good home time too. CRJ 900 on the move for Delta Airlines. Delta connection. E190 coming back out as well. We saw that one come in from New Orleans a little while ago. That one, let's see. That one gonna head out to Louisville. Moxie 330. Cessna Citation Bravo up next. Very hard to see still with the fog hanging on to the north. These always look so small. Like flat, thin. Doesn't look like there'd be a whole lot of headroom on that plane. So an hour 34 minutes from Farmingdale. Max 8 here off to Baltimore. Breeze in that E190 ready to go to Louisville, Kentucky. JetBlue 2930 from San Juan, Puerto Rico, now 22 minutes away. Ah, nice. So the E190 off to Louisville, Kentucky. Our Cessna Citation Bravo. What the deal is with Frontier here. I don't know if they're waiting for a gate or waiting to leave. We've got a 737-900 from Delta pulling out from behind at Terminal 2. Seems to be quite a few of those. They all look the same. Those two right there, center screen. Actually, all four of those in that one shot right there, they all look the same, don't they? Well, I guess the windows on the two in the back are different. The two up front here look about the same. All right, let's look at flight radar. Everybody's disappeared at the moment. The Beach King Air that departed a little while ago, they're headed back down to Georgetown. About 10 minutes away from there. Copa Airlines, 30 minutes away. Currently just crossing into South Carolina, it looks like. Aeromexico, looking like they're right around Kentucky. They got 35 minutes left in their journey. We've got an Air Canada. They haven't left from Toronto yet. Jazz 836. They'll be coming in a little later. Air France 692T coming in from Paris. They've got 3 hours 36 minutes left in their journey. Followed by American 173 Heavy, 4 hours 27 minutes. Air France will be our official last plane of the day. So expect them around 4:30-ish. So around 4:30, 5 o'clock we'll be ending the day. Unless it's absolutely busy and we got tons and tons of planes coming in. Air France, that 777 will be the last one. So I know we got that E-175 out at the end of the runway for American Eagle. We've got Delta traveling out there very, very slowly. Miss Carolina's going to ask about gardening. She's trying to... So she's going to have a garden next year. We've done this a couple of times before. She's doing a raised flower bed this upcoming year to grow some veggies. Very basic but very nice silver and black. Exec jet departure. It's amazing how different Sundays are completely different traffic wise. Never know what to expect when it comes to traffic around here. Some Sundays it's busy as all get out, other Sundays not so busy. At different hours of the day. Seems like 12 o'clock is a good time. Nice looking little exec. Nice early rotation for that one. Delta and the American Eagle off hiding at the end of 2-3 right. Frontier still hanging out there in the box. So I'm gonna butcher your name. So let's go with Jen. So yeah, we go up to Dulles. Sometimes it's busy. Sometimes Dulles is completely empty. It just depends. Dulles is more of our summertime getaway. Charlotte, we can go to Charlotte anytime. Charlotte's always busy. Again, we went to Charlotte. We had some folks that were like, oh, American, boring. And that's fun. Again, we talked about it while we were in Charlotte. We go to Charlotte for the action, not the variety. We've got all of the variety here in RDU, so we tend to stay here, but every once in a while I like to change it up for you guys and go somewhere where there's a little bit more action. I would say that Dulles is like right in the middle of both, right? The action and the variety. You get a good variety of international flights in Dulles, but it comes in waves. It seems like it slows, you know. Dulles is a very interesting airport. Never done a show at DCA. So I went to DCA to do some video stuff as well as some photography back in the day, and it seems like it would be very, very difficult to do a show in DCA, especially if you're doing it from Gravelry Point there, Gallery Point. They people walk right in front of you when you're there. And of course, we've talked about the camera. My camera, I can't zoom out far enough to get them flying over your head. One of these days, maybe we'll add an additional camera to the roster to be able to do shots like that. I actually thought about changing cameras here recently. So John, let's see. Can we see John down here? Right to the side, or well, I don't know what you're considering side. That I consider the side. This I could consider the side. I know when I did the tower tour there, I'm assuming that car that the brake lights just shut off of. Right there, I believe. When I did the tour of the tower, that right here is where I went in to into the tower there. I'm assuming that's John right there. So we'll get ATC up and going. He's going to be up in the tower today, so hopefully we'll be able to hear him and communications with the pilots. I don't see anybody off to the other side there. I think that's the main entrance to the tower there. There he is. We got him right there. He said the first one, so there he is. Right there, checking his phone, waiting for us to get to the right spot. So there's a bit of a delay. He hasn't, I'm sure he'll wave once he realizes. Again, there's a pretty big delay in our show, about 20 seconds or so. So he's getting ready to walk in for his shift. There he is. See, there you go, giving us a wave. I don't know that he could see me up here to give him a wave, but we got that nice big zoom. So hopefully we'll hear him on the radio later this afternoon. Again, I'm going to set that up around 1 o'clock here, about 10 more minutes. And we'll have John on the radio. A lot of slow periods today. Again, we were talking about that a minute ago. Still 2 sitting out at the end of the runway, that Delta and that American Eagle. Got a really good clear view of FedEx in their terminal down there today. Still foggy. JetBlue from San Juan, Puerto Rico, finally making a couple of turns. Copa coming up from the south. They'll be with us here shortly as well. JetBlue 2930, they've got about 4 minutes left in their journey. Copa to the south, how long do you have? Copa's got 18 minutes left. Breeze A220. Let's see, where are you headed? Off to Tampa, Moxie 134. No, it came in from Tampa. It hasn't updated. So I don't know where this is going. It did say it came in an hour ago. Probably headed back to Tampa if I had to guess. Connie, good afternoon. Feels like it just got colder. Like all of a sudden I'm cold. Before I was semi-warm, now it feels like the temperature just dropped. By the way, Miss Carolina, my feet are still cold. So if you guys remember, we were talking about last week and my feet being cold. Well, I put on some fuzzy socks today and my feet are still cold. So I know she's listening there. Alright, so hopefully this one will update. We can figure out exactly where this one's headed. JetBlue on final. Can we see them yet? No, still foggy to the east and the north. Delta finally did pull up and hold short. 23 right. The A220 is going to go for it. Right, John Southwell. I think I might have to get me some insulated snow boots just for the show. Ooh, that wind is blowing in my face. That is not a good sign. Although the windsock looks like it's pointed to the west. Wind's variable, very low here today. Hopefully we do not get a runway change here. That would be detrimental to our afternoon of plane spotting. United looks like they're headed up to the penalty box, along with that Frontier that's been up there for the last hour or so. Yeah, I brought both of the heavy jackets and the gloves. I also have the snow pants ready to go as well, to go on over the jeans if it does get too cold. A little bit of a breeze blowing right now. Alright, so finally, Moxie changed. Moxie 134 stayed the same call sign, but they're headed off to Burlington. BTV. What we're looking at here is JetBlue 2930 from San Juan, Puerto Rico, an A320-200. Flight time 3 hours, 10 minutes or so by the time they touch down and get to the gate. One of those little exec jets on the move. Yeah, I thought the temps were supposed to go up to about 53 today. It doesn't feel like they're going up as of right now. Yeah, no thanks. Too cold for me. Although I have been out here when it was 20 degrees before. Nearly froze to death that night. I had on tons and tons of layers that evening. I almost fell too, because the parking garage had water on it and it froze. And I almost slipped and fell. Squeaky brakes for JetBlue. Southwest over on the other side. Southwest 4180 off to Chicago Midway. We've got Delta 3242 off to Atlanta. This 737 at 9 GP off for that 56-minute, hour-long flight to Atlanta. I know, Steven. It's supposed to be very cold next week. I'm not excited about it at all. It's part of the reason, one of the other reasons why Thursday is going to be different. Wednesday, I don't know, Wednesday night's really, really cold. Especially coming from work. I got to change clothes and everything before I leave work to be prepared for the warmth, or the cold. That one off to Atlanta. Southwest off to, where did I say this one's going? Chicago Midway. Southwest 4180, 737-700. This is the second or third 700 of the day for Southwest. TX Jet on final. Coming in from Hagerstown. Cessna Citation CJ3 Plus. Arriving in 1 minute. See, that's the thing. I wouldn't mind the cold if there was actually snow involved. You know, here currently we're sitting at 37, 38 degrees, and, well, you can see, it's just, it's nothing, you know what I mean? To me, cold weather is pointless without snow. That's just my opinion. That's always been my opinion about wintertime. If there's snow, why has it got to be cold? It just makes things miserable, in my opinion. Yeah, the METAR now says it's 41 degrees. The computer still says it's 36. The computer's always wrong. The computer takes for take a while. Yeah, I'm kind of the same way too, you know what I mean? Like 1 or 2 snows, I'm good. Maybe, you know, I prefer a lot of snow when it snows. I enjoy snow, but it's just not something we see here. Again, I think we talked about it on Wednesday. Florida saw more snow than we did last year. So last year was not a good year for snow for us. We'll see. We'll see what happens this year. Picture with the snow. My goodness, 3 feet. But the other thing too, right? You got to figure states in the South are not prepared for snow by any stretch of the imagination. So anytime it snows 5+ inches, things get shut down. And if it's icy, oh, you might as well forget it. Everybody's closed, staying home. You know, we're not moving because we're not prepared for snow at all here. So Copa Airlines downwind off to my left. I'm trying to see if I can see them, but I can't. The clouds are trying to break up still, but I don't think it's going to happen today. I think it's going to stay nice and cloudy for the day. Made it with a lot of time left. Again, at 4:30, we're going to end the day of plane spotting. Let's get ATC going here now that it's 1 o'clock. The radio had a couple good hours to charge here. I need to remember to always charge it. Having to charge a whole bunch of stuff kind of stinks, but I need another long charger. I got one that's missing. I need one for the phone, so I don't have to turn around as I charge the phone. Alright, so ATC should be up. We should hear that in just a few minutes. Gonna have to move the phone over. All right, our Zec jet. Seems to be a lot of Cessnas today. I think the week before Christmas we'll try to be out here Saturday and Sunday. Hopefully those will be very busy days. The Saturday and Sunday following Christmas, I don't know if I'll be out here both days, but I do know Sunday will be our normal show for Christmas. New Year's Day, I don't know what we're going to do yet. I have yet to decide on New Year's. New Year's is on a Thursday, right? So I have to be back Friday regardless, because I have work January 2nd. Copa 466 finally making a couple of turns here. They're going to be on final here shortly. Got another, is that Delta out at the end of the runway? Question is will Delta go for it before Copa gets here? Well, Copa straight on final. We have Southwest as well. Southwest 2014 coming in from Houston. Go Delta 1925 right here off to Atlanta, Georgia, cleared for takeoff. Been a lot of Atlanta flights so far today. Nine more likes away from our goal of 200. I need to give you guys the update on the subscribers. I could see Copa there, kind of.
Copa 1925, contact departure.
There's Copa, right there. Hopefully the camera will stay focused on it. I don't know that it will. Again, Delta off to Atlanta. Alright, so Copa 466, the one we're looking at right now, 3 hours, 56 minutes of flight time so far. By the time they touch down, probably right at 4 hours of flight time. It's going to be followed by a Frontier. worries, Jay. Hope your mom feels better. Thank you for stopping in and saying hello. And hopefully your mom gets better soon. Don't know where Copa's going today. I don't know if Copa will be headed to the corner gate over here or not. Again, they haven't been using that gate lately due to the fact that the Air France 777's been using that gate. All right, here we go. We're getting ready to get busy here. We've got Frontier, Southwest, and Velo, Aeromexico, and an exec jet all getting ready to be on final. So we'll give you guys a quick update on the subscriber count. We're up to 6888. So what is that, 112 away from our goal? So 112 subscribers away from our 7,000 by Christmas. They just hit each other? Sounded like it, didn't it? Oh, got a fire truck. Not for that incident, but a fire truck nonetheless coming in. So our next arrival is going to be Frontier 1517 coming in from Philadelphia. 1 hour of flight time for that one. Fire truck hiding out behind the tree. There we go. Those two cars, I believe, did hit each other. That's not what the fire department's responding to. Fire truck's headed around to the front of the terminal here. Probably somebody in the airport. No, they're not responding to the accident down here. They're responding to something else. Now they got an ambulance coming around the corner. So this is for somebody in the terminal. So these are the two that hit each other right here. The two cars that run into one another. But they're all in a nice tight pack here. Coming in at Velo. Aeromexico is going to come in on our side. Southwest. From Houston, Southwest 2014, an hour 59 minutes ago. We've got a departure over here. We'll skip out on that Delta departure. It's going to leave heavy anyway. I believe that's headed to Atlanta. Another one to Atlanta. We'll find out here in a moment. It's not up on radar. A lot of Atlanta flights today. Yep, Delta 1699 off to Atlanta.
1699 contact departure. Report says 1699, see ya. Southwest 2814, right turn at Alpha 2, right turn Alpha, just monitor ground clear gate. Alpha 2, Alpha 1.
You've got VXP 612 coming in from Albany. That is Velo Airlines 737-700. Our next arrival. Southwest 2286, the 737-800 off to West Palm Beach. That's an odd flight. I wonder if this is a repositioning flight. Never seen Southwest go to West Palm Beach, Florida. I don't know if that's something new or what the deal is with that, but never seen that before. We've seen, obviously, Moxie head to West Palm Beach, but I've never seen a Southwest make their way down that way. 202 likes. Thank you guys for smashing the like button. Reached our goal for the day. Continue to smash the like button. Let's get on up there. Let's try to get to 300. So a Velo from Albany, New York.
Number 901 Mike Juliet, Raleigh Tower, only 23 left, line for traffic, 749, final. Line for 23 left, 901 Mike Juliet.
Got Aeromexico up next, coming in from Mexico City. 3 hours, 24 minutes of flight time for the E190.
Got it, Alpha 3, right turn Alpha to park, monitor Alpha 9, good day. Alpha 3.
That's what I was getting ready to say. I was thinking maybe a charter flight or something. Oh, so Fort Lauderdale. Well, see, mine, when I click on it, it says it's headed to West Palm Beach. Who knows?
838 traffic on the roll, only 23 left, clear lane. Clear lane, 23 left, clear lane. Only 3792, Raleigh Tower, only 23 right, line up and wait.
I'm doing all right, Josh. Not too bad. If you guys missed the announcement at noon, Thursday's show will be out at Seymour Johnson Air Force Base. It'll be a morning show up until about 12, 1 o'clock, depending on how far. What I have to do is from the base. I'm going to attempt a show out there. Again, I've never done one at Seymour Johnson. I don't know what the service is going to be like or what the action is going to be like either. So Aeromexico, 4 hours, 25 minutes of flight time. Got an American Eagle on the move, the E175. Early departure. All right, so we got a couple of departures here. This one going somewhere in South Florida. It's not even on my radar anymore. So it could be headed to Fort Lauderdale, it could be headed to West Palm Beach. Mine says, there it is, it's back up. Yeah, mine still says Southwest 2286 off to West Palm Beach. So I don't know. It says PBI, West Palm Beach. Southwest off. Got Aeromexico coming around. We'll get Frontier's departure here in a moment. They keep being on radar and then they disappear. I was gonna click on that Frontier departure, but it's already gone. It'll pop back up in a moment. Nice early rotation for Frontier as well. Mexico into the gate. I really don't understand what the deal is with this one over here. How long has this one been sitting here? It's been over an hour. Sitting and just hanging out. All right. Frontier 3073 off to Cleveland. A321 at 200. Again, this one's been sitting here for well over an hour, I believe. Now, Aeromexico into the gate. We had the exec jet touchdown a moment ago. That one taxiing back to General Ave. I don't. I thought about actually doing that for Flight Radar. It would be really nice to get all of that. The coverage here at the airport is very spotty for them. Like if they're on the fives, nobody shows up until after they depart. American 737. This one's going to be a MAX 8. See, there we go. So I'm not the only one seeing West Palm Beach for that on-flight radar. If you click on it, it says West Palm Beach. So who knows? Who knows where that's going? Only the pilots know exactly where they're headed, I guess. FlightAware and Flight Radar are going to fight over it. It'd be nice if they could get them at airports. I'm assuming they might, but So that American will head out to 23 right. You know, if there are any passengers on this Frontier flight, I feel really bad for them.
In 1888 Raleigh Tower, we can call on Runway heading over to the right, clear for takeoff.
So the MAX 8, American 1888. That'll be headed to Dallas Fort Worth, I believe. Miss Carolina gifting another Carolina Aviation membership today. I think that's 7 memberships that have been gifted today, so congratulations to everybody gifted those.
Number 229 at Foxtrot Golf, Raleigh Tower, traffic on a 7-mile final, turn left heading 160, runway 23 left, clear for takeoff.
All right, let's head over to the MAX 8 for American Airlines, American 1888. Again, I think this is headed to Dallas Fort Worth.
Number 229 at Foxtrot Golf, Raleigh Tower. 229 at Foxtrot Golf, holding short runway 23 left. 29 at Foxtrot Golf, traffic on a 6-mile final, turn left heading 160, runway 23 left, clear for takeoff.
160, 23 left, clear for takeoff, thank you. 229 at Foxtrot Golf.
Director 662, traffic park by the arrival. For 965, Papa Whiskey Raleigh Tower, we'll call on traffic lanes.
Little guy on the move. Where'd he go?
2525 Papa Raleigh Tower, stand by, traffic lanes. American 1888, contact departure, good day. American 1888, what's the
So it was. American 1888 is off to Dallas Fort Worth. Here, an A220 on the move. This one, I think, is headed back to LaGuardia. Delta 1562, A220 100 off to LaGuardia. They're still front side of Terminal 2 at the moment, but you can hear that A220.
Foxtrot Golf, traffic joining us 2.5-mile final for runway 32 Bonanza, contact departure, good day.
Contact departure, 229 Foxtrot Golf, thank you.
Group 5, Papa Whiskey, traffic 11 o'clock, 3 miles. First southbound, departure climate of 2000.
We like this A220 pilot too. We started the show with a very loud A220 this morning. Now another one.
5269, Raleigh Tower, wind call, runway 23 right, clear 2 lane.
He's got that idled up just perfect to keep that engine howling. Thank you, Eagle. Yeah, dude, keep an eye on Southwest 2286. I'd like to know exactly where it's going. I have a feeling it's definitely probably going to Fort Lauderdale. But flight radar is just being flight radar and giving us wrong info. Oh, the little departure there, Flight Guest Academy. That's Piper Pilot 100I. That one will go out and make some rounds. That's the one we saw a moment ago leave.
Citation file, Papa Echo, runway 23 left, line up away traffic, for final runway 32.
Now we had an exec jet hop in here that wasn't available on radar. We've got Mesa Airlines, which is United Express, headed back to Houston, Texas here shortly. That one following Delta to LaGuardia.
Number 5 Papa Whiskey, right for enable, join Charlie, hold short runway 23 left, remain this frequency. Charlie, hold short 23 left, all west of the Station 5 Papa Echo, wind call, fly runway heading runway 23 left, clear for takeoff. Papa Whiskey, cross right, get your left to Charlie, ground on the other side today. Cross 23 left to Charlie, go to ground, Papa Whiskey.
Runway 32 getting some action. To get all the fun little planes. Alright, John will be back on in 20 minutes or so. So we'll be listening for him before 2 o'clock. Got an arrival, Endeavor 5269 coming in from Washington, D.C. via Reagan, a little CRJ, Delta Connection CRJ. "46 minutes of flight time." A321 for American Airlines. Whoops. Sorry about that. All right, Delta 1562 at A220-100 off to LaGuardia. Up next for departure. Now, how is this possible? I have my phone plugged in and I'm losing power. Charger really sucks. I'll have to turn around and get another cord plugged into it. definitely does not like that one, apparently. Do that after our A220 departure. Nice early rotation. Very nice departure. All right, we've got another arrival here. Who do we have? Delta 2164 coming in from Detroit. An A319, 1 hour, 11 minutes of flight time. We got another one ready for departure. I'm going to try to switch the phone charger over to a different one. All right, we'll see if this one loses charge or not. If it does, I don't know what the deal is. I think the charger cables might be messed up. I've got some new ones at home I need to put in the bag. Changed out the phone, now we need to change out the cables from the old phone. Late rotation for Mesa. It's E175LL back to Houston.
Shuttle 6296, Delta departure today. Alright, departure, Shuttle 6296, good day.
Ash 6296 off to Houston.
Direct at 838 Raleigh, Tower, wind and call, fly runway heading, runway 23 left, clear forward takeoff. Runway heading, clear for takeoff, 23 left, that's shit, 838. Up on the 1 0 truck, flight arrival.
Yeah, so I have some like really fast charging bricks at home, but I don't have any bricks here. The ginormous battery that we have has, you know, really fast charging ports, but I guess the actual USB to USB-C isn't very fast. So USB-C to USB-C is fast. It's starting to gain some battery power. Got an exec jet on the move. We're waiting on that A321's departure down at the end there, holding short 23 right. This one is American Airlines 2688, headed back to Charlotte. It's going to be about a 28-minute flight back to Charlotte. On the other side, we got Southwest 1108 coming in from Chicago Midway, another 737 MAX 8. Got it, Southwest 446 coming in from Atlanta. Seems like we're saying Atlanta a lot today. At A321, gonna turn and burn. Yeah, it's funny too, like USB A to C for my Android Auto in my car has to be a certain kind of cable, otherwise that doesn't work either. But the cable I was using previously finally snapped off. That was a good cable too. I had it 5 years. We used that one cable. Boy, oh boy. We need to go back in the show. I swear, I think this thing's been sitting here since noon. This Frontier plane. I swear they've been sitting here since 12 o'clock. Southwest 1108 up next. It's MAX 8, flying 1 hour 22 minutes from Chicago Midway. Nice smooth touchdown. Hey, we got a SkyWest charter coming in. CRJ 200LR. Vol Nation, good afternoon. That one arriving in 11 minutes. We've got Air Canada as well, arriving in 21 minutes. Jazz 836. There's a couple in between here that we'll receive. There is Envoy 4048 from Washington, D.C. This one from Ronald Reagan. They're holding. I don't know if you guys see that one if you're following along on Flight Radar or Flight Aware. Envoy 4048, again from Washington, D.C. via Reagan, DCA. That one out in a holding pattern. Looks like it's the only one in a holding pattern, so I'm not sure what's going on with them. Yeah, our big 70-pound battery is an Ankler battery, so I like their stuff. So Frontier's been sitting for an hour and 23 minutes. Thank you. I knew it was over an hour. It's absolutely crazy to be sitting there that long. Feel bad for those passengers. Next arrival, Southwest 446 from Atlanta. 50 minutes of flight time so far. they've got about 2 minutes left in their journey. I have a bunch of 10-foot cords at home too. I used to have one in my bag of goodies, but it did finally break after 2.5 years of doing the show and all the abuse that we put all of our cables through. Speaking of Memphis, Vol Nation, our buddy Pip's going to be in Memphis a little later this afternoon. I was going to redirect to him, but he's using the same thumbnail for 2 shows, so I have no idea which show to send you guys out to.
3533 Raleigh Tower, runway 23 left, line up and wait, traffic on a 6-mile final.
We're going to end around 4:30, 5 o'clock here, depending on how busy it is. We're going to end with that Air France arrival. Yeah, that American out there still doing, still holding for whatever reason. I wonder if they're having some sort of issue, or they're having to hold for a gate or something, maybe.
Logistic 533, wind call, fly runway heading runway 23 left, clear forward takeoff.
So this one a medevac, ready to go. 23 right, 23 left, excuse me.
444 Charlie Uniform Raleigh Tower, traffic on a 4-mile final, runway 23 left, line up and wait. Up there, 444 Charlie Uniform Raleigh Tower. Station 444 Charlie Uniform Raleigh Tower. 4 Charlie Uniform. Number 4 Charlie Uniform, hold short of runway 23 left, traffic away. Hold short 23 left, hold short. 660 runway 23 left, clear 2.
They had him lined up to wait, but he didn't answer him in time. So now he'll have to... Yeah, so I don't know where he'll be at the airport, but he is live streaming there from Memphis, starting at 3 o'clock our time. So I believe that's 2 p.m. for you guys. So he'll start around 2 p.m. Central Time. So I'm keeping an eye on that American out there. We do have another one on final. How close is that? That's not the one we're looking at. Don't know what our next arrival is, but we do have one coming in from Teterboro, a Cessna Citation Encore Plus. That is not the one you guys are about to see. The one you guys are about to see is not up on flight radar. United finally coming out of the penalty box. That one's sitting up there for about 30, 45 minutes or so. Ooh, look at the trail of smoke. United starting an engine.
Number 4, Charlie Uniform, traffic on a 5-mile final, runway 23 left, line up and wait.
They were sitting over there idle. Thank you, Lynn. Lynn sending over the link for tonight's thing. The problem is the fact that where I have to set it up, it only shows me thumbnails, sadly. So that's the issue I have, and he used the same thumbnail, and that's all I have to go off of are thumbnails. So United will make its way out to the end of the runway. This one touching down a moment ago. Again, this one wasn't up on radar. Sounds like that Frontier might be firing engines. So the next arrival is going to be that Citation from Teterboro. Are the engines running for Frontier? I swear it sounded like this one was starting engines too. Can't really tell. You can see the heat waves coming off the APU. Possible off the left engine there. And I can't tell off the right. Alright, so the next arrival is that one from Teterboro. We have that SkyWest Embraer the CRJ 200 coming in next after this one.
Jet traffic 4 mile final. Jet 655, turn out right at Alpha 3, contact 1.9 today, noted on the runway. Alpha 3, 1.9,
Frontier finally on the move after an hour and a half. Sitting in the box. Finally off and moving. Now, which way will they go when they get down to the taxiway there? 214 likes. Thank you guys. Looks like they're going to head to the runway.
Information here, current altimeter 3008. 7199 Gulf Whiskey, Raleigh Tower, runway 23 left, line up away, traffic on a 5 mile final. Runway 23 left, runway 199 Gulf Whiskey. Charlie West 4611, Raleigh Tower, yeah. Charlie West 4611, continue for runway 23 left, traffic was in position.
Lots of exec action happening right now.
On the runway, contact ground point 9, good day.
So the next arrival's coming in from Atlantic City, SkyWest 4611. The CRJ 200LR flying approximately 1 hour.
Heading 160, clear takeoff 52 left, number 1 and Charlie West 4611, runway 23 left, clear to land. It's land, 23 left, Charlie West 4611.
23 left, getting a lot of action this afternoon. A lot of the student pilots look like they're getting ready to go out, about 3 of them. Maybe the APU was running on that one.
Breaker 4761, Raleigh, tower, runway 23 right, continue, shark's gonna hold position. 49 Golf Whiskey, contact departure. Back departure,
There's our CRJ 200 for SkyWest.
Runway 23 right, fly runway heading for takeoff. 50 right, clear for takeoff, runway heading in 2859.
Getting this one an hour flight from Atlantic City. United lining up and ready to go. I think we got Republic Airways coming in behind this one. We do Republic Airways 4761 coming in from New York. Coming in from LaGuardia, E175, 1 hour 14 minutes of flight time. Thank you, Lynn. I'll have to go in and check next time we slow down here. Finally, that Frontier that sat in the box for an hour and a half. Looks like they might be ready to go. Air Canada number 2 for arrival. United 2859 off to Chicago. That's 737 at max 9. Frontier off to Chicago as well. They must have had a delay there in Chicago, so both of these back-to-back Chicago flights. Again, this one's sitting in the box for an hour and a half. We still have that. I need to check on that one that was that's been doing holding for quite a while. I wonder what their issue is. Got another Frontier out at the end there. They'll be lining up here shortly. So this one from LaGuardia. So Envoy 4048 finally figured out whatever was going on with them. They're coming in number 4 in line, I believe. They sat out there holding for quite a while. Jazz Aviation 836, our next arrival, coming in from Toronto, Canada. CRJ 900 up next. CRJ traveling 1 hour 23 minutes. Again, coming in from Toronto. Doing that. I'm looking away, looking at flight radar, and I keep tipping the thing. I need to just let it go. United 8124, excuse me, coming in from Washington Dulles. It's going to be our next arrival. Frontier getting a move on. Frontier off to Orlando. Frontier 1039. Right, our arrivals in A319, again coming in from Washington Dulles. 41 minutes of flight time. Hey, Mattman, good afternoon. Avello getting a move on, 2-3 left. VXP 678 off to New Haven, Connecticut for Avello Airlines. All right, finally, Envoy 4048 after holding for a little while out in the distance there, coming in from DCA. Don't know what their issue was. Normally that's about a 40-minute flight or so, 46 minutes of flying, 1 hour, 3 minutes for the E175. Again, I think they did 2 rounds of holding. Yeah, I don't know what their issue was. American 2693 coming in from Dallas Fort Worth, an A321 200, our next arrival. As we'll pick them up in a minute once they get closer. The E175 here, still sitting and waiting. Let's give you guys a little bit of an update. All of our international stuff is in, except for our last plane of the day. And we'll check on Air France. Air France, 2 hours, 21 minutes left in their day. So it looks like they're going to land around 4:30. We've also got Delta 2118 coming in from Boston. Another A220-300, that one arriving at number 2 after American 2693 from Dallas. finally out there. Somebody is. Pick up our E175 again. We've got a couple of minutes here for Delta from Boston. Delta 2118, a A220 300.
Carolina Aviation, I see you.
You guys heard it. I heard our name on the radio. He caught me slacking too. I was sitting down for a minute while we wait on Delta 2183. So the timestamp on that 214. So I'll have to go back and listen to that. So he's up there watching us, making sure we're not doing any funny business. Southwest, another 737-700 over here, ready to head out as we wait on the A220 from Boston. She's doing good. She's working on a flower bed. There you go, Delta 2118. And she's working on a compost bin or something. Southwest 2014 headed off to Bewee. That's the one we were just looking at. That's 737-700. I was going to try to shoot back to Southwest. They're already headed out and gone. Next arrival is going to be Republic Airways at 5598, coming in from JFK. We also have Moxie 744, an A220 coming in from Fort Myers, Florida. That one arriving in 6 minutes. JetBlue back to San Juan, Puerto Rico. Looks like they're ready to go. I did, David. What day was that? Wednesday. Nobody's come to my work to claim the cat. We also talked to the owner of the vehicle, and she's like, I don't know whose cat that is. No clue. So I did. I adopted a little kitten. It is a male, I believe. Got to get him to the vet here in the next week or two. He's fat and happy. Very friendly. Got to get him some toys to play with. Surprisingly, he's doing really well with all of the chaos that is the Carolina Aviation House. Yeah, he was not happy the first couple of days. I mean, I wouldn't be happy either if I rode into somewhere under the hood of a vehicle and some stranger pulled me out from under the hood. But yeah, he's doing all right, having a good time, eating like crazy, drinking tons of water. I got no worries for our little kitty. Name him Lucas for Lufthansa. Lucas Lufthansa. I am David. It was another mechanic that found the cat. Everybody's like contacting their wives. Hey, can we bring it home? Well, I called Miss Carolina. Miss Carolina picked up immediately. She's like, all I had to say was we found a cat. And she's like, I'll come pick it up. Like, I didn't have to say anything else. She's like, I'll get it. I'll take it. It's like, all right. So about 10-15 minutes later, she was at the dealership. And now I have a cat. The dog wants to play with the cat so bad. It's hilarious. But the dog also knows that the cat can beat it up, even though he's tiny. The other funny thing about this cat is, so my youngest child has 2 guinea pigs, and he's smaller than the guinea pigs. We've got a Max Trains 38s on Breeze. So you're on Breeze from Fort Myers? So Max Trains, what side of the plane are you on? Are you on the right side? If you're on the right side and you got a window seat, you could shine the light. Maybe we'll be able to snag your flashlight. Hopefully it's dark-ish enough out here if you are on the right side there. So we are waiting on that arrival. Max Trains on board. Moxie 744. This one, I believe, headed back to San Juan, Puerto Rico. It is JetBlue 2929. There you go. Max Trains sitting on our side, so maybe he'll shine the light. As we get this A320-200 out of here, back to San Juan, Puerto Rico. Much warmer weather down there. So Max Trains on board this one, Moxie from Fort Myers. So Max Trains, there is quite a delay if you're still watching the show between what you're seeing on camera and what you're feeling. So you'll probably be well touched down and slowing way down by the time you actually see yourself touching down on the stream. Again, about a 20-30 second delay between what I see and what you guys see. There it is, the light right there. I believe somebody's going to have to go back and confirm that, but that did look like the light. I believe Max Trains did shine that flashlight. Dear Dream Life, good afternoon. Oh, he's in the aisle, so maybe that wasn't him. It definitely looked like a light there. You guys can go back and watch the replay and confirm that or not, but he was saying he was in the aisle. 82 degrees in Fort Myers. Man, I would love some nice warm weather. That's a 40-degree difference. Currently 42 degrees here in Raleigh. Public Airways 4560 coming in from LaGuardia. 1 hour 20 minutes of flight time. So welcome home to Max Trains there on the Breeze flight. We've had quite the afternoon. So he'll be connecting over on an American Eagle headed to New York. Nice. So that means you got to go from one terminal to the other, and that means you've got to go through TSA. Nice. Not so nice. So we'll be on the left side of the plane for your departure. Southwest 4175, this one headed to Atlanta. Republic Airways 4378 coming in from JFK. E175LR, 1 hour 17 minutes of flight time. That's going to be our next arrival, but it looks like Frontier sitting out at the end of the runway. Frontier 4844 getting ready to head to Philadelphia. So they'll sit and wait their turn. Yeah, that's not a short walk either, going from one terminal to the other, crossing, airport property. They should have built a bridge, because you got the tunnel underneath, but they could have done a bridge, because you got to come back out into the parking garage. They should have done something more direct. with the moving sidewalks. I mean, they do have a couple of moving sidewalks in the tunnel, and they have one in two, I believe, in the parking garage, one or two. It is the shortest route through. I think they would do it where you wouldn't have to go back through customs either. So Southwest, getting out of here. Yeah, Pip will be on at 3. I need to find a moment to try to set up the redirect. Now that it's more toward the afternoon here, later in the afternoon, it's a little bit busier. Hey, Timothy, getting gifted that membership by Miss Carolina. So Miss Carolina gifting out that membership. Got Frontier leaving for Philadelphia. Frontier going to leave a little on the heavy side there. I was expecting them to rotate early. American 1897 coming in from Charlotte, another A321 on final. 31 minutes of flight time. Nice loud arrival for American from Charlotte. Got a Delta CRJ on the move. Let me look at flight radar here, see if I have a little bit of time here. All right, I got a couple minutes here. Let me try to do what I was trying to do. Jeffrey Groves, welcome to economy class. Thank you for joining the memberships. Greatly appreciate that as always. You guys are absolutely amazing. Thank you guys for all of the help. I'm going to try to set up this this redirect now. I'll send you guys out to Memphis when we get done here. Oh, he didn't change it. Still the same one. So I don't know if these are in order at all. I know these are live, upcoming. I'm going to say it's this one right here. Yes. All right, so scheduled for 4 p.m. There we go. Today. Today is December 7th. Okay. So there we go. We'll send you guys out to Memphis, Tennessee as we end the day here at about 4:30, 5 o'clock. Again, Air France going to be our last arrival of the day. Again, a huge shout out to you guys, all my members. You guys are fantastic. If you guys weren't here around the 12 o'clock hour and got my announcement for later this week, we're going to head out to Seymour Johnson on Thursday. So that'll be a Thursday morning show. I don't know exactly what time yet. I'll probably set it for 9, but we'll keep an eye out. We may go live earlier than 9 a.m. That's an hour and some change drive from the house. So we'll be live in Goldsboro. Give you guys an update on the subscriber count for the day. We were 112 away from our goal of 7,000. We're now 103. So thank you guys for subscribing to the channel, enjoying what you guys are seeing today. Good to have you guys on board. So 103 subscribers away from 7,000. Trying to get there before Christmas. We got a couple of weeks left. Try to pull some Saturdays. Get you guys some action. This one's going to sit here and wait for them to come tow them into the gate. Looks like we got Frontier 1225, Midnight, the Wolf livery, coming in from San Juan, Puerto Rico. 3 hours, 2 minutes of flight time. So far, they've got 2 minutes remaining in their journey. Got a CRJ, looks like, ready for departure from 23 right. So you're headed to, so Max is headed off to Philadelphia. Nice. Still waiting for them to come out and pick them up. All right, so Frontier 1225 finally turned on final. Ooh. Frontier from San Juan, Puerto Rico.
Runway 32, cleared away on transmitted and boarding on Durham.
3 hours, 6 minutes for midnight, the Wolf livery here. Got an A319 for Delta. That one going to head back to Detroit, Michigan. That's where this one came from. Looks like SkyWest is already on the move. That one came in from Atlantic City. This CRJ 200 coming in from Atlantic City earlier. Came in as SkyWest 4611. Next arrival is going to be United 483 coming in from Denver, Colorado. This is 737-900ER. It's going to be turning on final. Let's give you guys an update on Air France. Where are they? Air France, still 1 hour, 54 minutes out. So Southwest 2286, if you guys are still following along with that one. It still says they're headed to West Palm Beach. There is Southwest 2179 that's coming to us from Fort Lauderdale. So, how long does this one have left in its day? It still has 27 minutes before it reaches West Palm Beach. Just thought I'd let you guys know. It still says West Palm Beach on flight radar. SkyWest not on radar just yet. Got a minute or two here for the United from Denver. Right? It still says West Palm Beach. So I don't know. We'll find out in 30 minutes. Dang, SkyWest swerving down the runway. Guess he wasn't quite ready or where he thought he was. So this one came in from Atlantic City, SkyWest 4611. Not sure where this one's headed off to. As United from Denver is going to be our next arrival. 2 hours, 31 minutes of flight time for the 737-9. SkyWest is headed back to Atlantic City as SkyWest 3611. So about an hour of flight time back to Atlantic City. diverted to Fort Lauderdale. It probably will. You're probably right. Speaking of Southwest, we got another one. Southwest 3326 off to Las Vegas. Got Delta 2164 back to Detroit. That A319 sitting, holding short 23 right. Another exec jet departure. Back over to Southwest. For a moment as Delta gets ready for departure. Again, this A319 back to Detroit. Delta 2164. Delta off to much colder weather. We've got NetJets coming in next from White Plains. Cessna Citation XLS, 1 hour 23 minutes of flight time. So again, Southwest 3326 off to Las Vegas, Nevada. Off to Sin City. Hopefully a little warmer weather out there, maybe. Doubt it, but maybe. Like a little Pilatus PC-12 or PC-24. I think it's a 12. Yeah, 60 in Vegas. That's not bad. 20 plus degrees warmer here. 18 degrees warmer than it is here. I would take it. Boy, one of these APUs is rocking down here. I don't know which one it is, but one of them is surely on. So Aeromexico and Copa should be out here shortly. There's that NetJets. I couldn't see it. Boy, we've seen a lot of Cessnas today. There we go. They shut it off. I believe it was that one that they just got towed in over there. Looks like we got another exec jet or something small over here, 23 right. Or is this our Delta? This is our Delta CRJ. Endeavor 5108 coming in from New York. 1 hour, 15 minutes of flight time from LaGuardia for the CRJ 900. Here on Flight Radar, I'm going to zoom out. We've got up next American Airlines 1674 coming in from Philadelphia, an A320. But I want to head down to Fort Lauderdale. 11 minutes for Southwest 2286. It makes sense that it's Fort Lauderdale because there's one getting ready to leave Fort Lauderdale and make its way this way. No telling why it says West Palm Beach, but it does. So American's going to be followed by Frontier. In our next arrival, American 1674 from Philadelphia, an A320. Quite a few still sitting over there. I want to know about this one, this 737-700 here. Again, this one bringing in one of the hockey teams, I believe. Huh. The METARS now says it's 44 degrees. It feels colder than it did this morning. Yeah, I did. I saw that they went bankrupt already. That's why I believe this. We're seeing something different than them, obviously. That really stinks about New Pacific too, because I really like that livery. And the fact that they only flew 757s was fantastic too. So again, that one, American 1674 from Philadelphia. Got Frontier right behind it. Frontier from Miami, Frontier 3322. An A320 Neo. Yeah, it seems like timing is everything with just about everything. Rio the Jagrendi. I can't pronounce it. Jaguarendi. I know that is not how you pronounce that. And I'm not going to try again. Anyway, looks like a mountain lion to me, a puma. It's got a E175 headed up the hill. I don't know where that one's headed. And we've got one here for pushback. Turning on final right now, Southwest 1463 coming in from Denver, Colorado, and at the 737-800. That one arriving in just 4 minutes. There's a Delta just behind it. That one arriving just behind it as well. You know, I will say it does feel like snow weather out here. Like, I feel like if we were to have any precipitation right now, it would be snow. Regardless of it being 44 degrees, I swear it feels like snow. Ugh. It just has that feeling to it. It felt like that yesterday too. When I was out washing the car after work, I was like, man, it feels like it's snow weather. I don't know. Fingers crossed it snows tomorrow. I kind of wish I was off work. There was a guy riding a motorcycle. Are you nuts, sir? Nope. I saw somebody riding a motorcycle the other day too. No way you would catch me out here on a motorcycle, or riding with my windows down, for that matter. Yeah, I'm hoping it does. It's saying it's supposed to. It's like a 77% chance or something. 76% chance of snow. We'll see. I just wish I was off work. I'd come out here and give you guys a little bit of a snow show if it actually were to snow. But it really does feel like snow weather out here. So we got about an hour and a half left in today's show. We're waiting on Air France. Air France will be that last arrival of the day. Southwest 1463 coming in from Denver, Colorado. 2 hours, 34 minutes of flight time. Yeah, we're hoping for snow. We saw that Virginia got quite a bit. Don't know how much they got in inches wise, but it looked like they got... The majority of Virginia got some snow last week. Little smoky startup for the Embraer. can't see it on camera though, can you? No, I didn't think so. A little puff of smoke out of that left engine. Is Delta gonna follow Southwest and come in 2-3 left. Delta 2283 from Boston, another A220-300. So that other A220-300 should be headed back to Boston here shortly. First non-Terminal 2 side arrival we've seen, or Terminal 2 side arrival, I should say, on Terminal 1. We've got Endeavor 4944 coming in from Austin, Texas, CRJ 900LR, flying 2 hours 13 minutes. That one arriving in 2 minutes. I wish there was a way I could fine-tune that vibration reduction. It's perfect for arrivals and departures, but when we're talking slow moving shots right there, it annoys me with the shaking. There's no reason for it. The tripod is shaking less on one of these shots than it is for the arrivals and departures. And it doesn't always do it either. We've got JetBlue 626 coming in from Fort Lauderdale. Speaking of Fort Lauderdale, I want to do one last check here of, I think we've probably missed it now. Yeah, there it is. See it? Yeah, it did. It said diverted to Fort Lauderdale. So one in and one out. We've got Southwest 2179 leaving Fort Lauderdale, headed our way. 1 hour 36 minutes flight time. We've got an A319 in Miami getting ready to depart our way. American 2970. Air France, 1 hour 25 minutes left in their journey. Southwest 839 from Baltimore, 17 minutes out. We've got a whole line coming in from the northwest. Right now we've got Endeavor from Houston. There we go. These clouds are making it really, really difficult to see our planes today. The lights just blend. got an A319 for United on the move. That one's going to head back to Washington, D.C. via Dulles, I believe. So 2 hours, 16 minutes of flight time for that one from Austin, Texas. At CRJ, we've got an American out at the end of the runway, the American Eagle, as well as this United headed out. Let's see, is United up on radar? It is, in fact, and I believe this is headed to DC. It is, United 2463. It's A319 getting ready to head back to Dulles. There we go. We've got the American Eagle headed to LaGuardia, Republic Airways at 4761. Still to come, Aeromexico and Copa. Speaking of Copa, Copa pushing back. So they'll make their way back to Panama City. JetBlue from Fort Lauderdale, our next arrival. JetBlue 626. Flying 1 hour 35 minutes. Hey, 250 likes. Thank you guys for getting us to 250. We're only 50 away from reaching 300. Again, our like goal was 200 for the day. You guys keep on pressing on, giving us more and more likes. Appreciate you guys. Remember, if you guys haven't smashed the like button, please do so. Again, trying to get up to 300 possibly for the day. And if you guys haven't subscribed, feel free to do that. 2 free ways to help the channel. United off to Dulles. This A319. So Copa and Aeromexico both pushing back. Now, I told you we had them coming right up. Absolute screaming departure for that A319. Again, that A319 off to Dulles. Aeromexico Connect pushed back. Copa is already on the move, headed towards 23 right. You'll see that one in just a minute. Again, we had a quite significant line coming in from the north. Got about 5 for arrival. Next arrival is going to be Moxie. 8:55 coming in from Albany, another A220-300. That one arriving in just 1 minute, according to flight radar here. See Copa lurking in the background there, just behind Aeromexico. So Moxie from Albany, going to be 23 left, 23 right. We've got United. 2609 coming in from San Francisco, 737-800. No max for them from San Francisco, which is kind of unusual. Normally you see the max. Copa with a smoky engine start out there in the distance. See that small puff of smoke there as they finish their startup on the move. United 2609 from SFO, 4 hours, 23 minutes. Flight time for the 737-8. E175 moving quite quickly. Mexico getting ready for their departure. We're going to have to hold one more time. There's another Delta. I believe that's going to be our A220 back to Boston. Southwest 839 coming in from Baltimore, 737-800 coming in at 23 left. We've got an American Eagle coming in at 23 right. 23 left. Right. Never mind. I thought I said that backwards. Copa Airlines back to Panama City. Gonna be our next departure. JetBlue 2283 coming in from Boston, an A220-300. Going to be our next arrival. Looks like we're going to get busy here with departures. departure for Copa. Got that Delta connection ready to go. JetBlue from Boston next. The screaming A3 or A220 for Breeze Airways. Lots and lots of A220s. I'm telling you, RDU needs to be called the A220 capital. Got one on final and two ready for departure. All right, so Republic Airways 5599. They're headed off to JFK. That E175LR, that Delta connection. After JetBlue, we got Republic Airways at 4583 coming in from Chicago O'Hare, another E175LR. This A220 from Boston. We've got Aero Mexico up next, off to Mexico City. This Cancun flight's supposed to start soon for Aero Mexico. They'll be bringing the MAX, I believe. Very late departure for the E190. Got that E175 on final. We're going to turn over here to the A220. Got a CRJ on final. Is it a CRJ? We've been looking to see if we've got any Mad Dogs, but it is going to be a CRJ 900. Breeze Airways, this one off Moxie 744 off to Manchester. sitting out here at the end. We've got another E175 making their way out. So Endeavor 5400 from Cincinnati going to be our next arrival. 54 minutes of flight time for the CRJ. This one's followed in by United. United 2653, a Max 8 coming in from Chicago O'Hare. This Max 8 coming at us from Chicago. 1 hour, 26 minutes of flight time. Got the A220 up next, the A220-300 back to Boston. The American Eagle there headed to DCA. This is Delta 1033 back to Boston. Got another Delta coming in right behind this one. Thank you, Vol Nation. Have a wonderful evening. Probably see you over on Pip's show after we end here. They're in Memphis. Delta 2633 coming in from Atlanta, Georgia. Thank you, Lynn. 267 likes on the day. Got another one on final here. We've got American Airlines. It's actually Republic Airways at 4394 coming in from Washington, D.C. This one is an actual Republic Airways livery, followed by Southwest 2071 coming in from Baltimore, or from Nashville, excuse me. 737 at Max 8. We've got a couple more Breeze Airways. Air France, 53 minutes. So this one, again, coming in the actual Republic Airways livery. We saw this one last week. Southwest 2071 coming in from Nashville, Tennessee. About an hour worth of flying. "59 minutes for the MAX 8. Pushback of an American Eagle over here. Next arrival, Moxie 540 coming in from Windsor Locks. I think there's 3. There's 2 Breeze Airways coming in. We've also got JetBlue off in the distance. JetBlue 2485 coming in from JFK, New York. Another A220 300. Again, telling you we could call RDU an A220 hub. Or the capital, whatever you want to call it, for the A220s. Both of these Breezes coming in, I believe, are going to be A220s. Nope, we got Moxie 331 coming in from Louisville. I think this is the same E190 AR that we saw here earlier that came in from New Orleans and flew to Louisville, Kentucky. But the next arrival, that Moxie 540, is another A220. Hey, Zoe, good evening. Again, about 50 minutes left in the day here, so we wait for Air France, that 777 arrival. We'll wait till they get to the gate, and then we end the day of plane spotting. I really thought it was going to get sunny today, but a lot of low clouds still, very, very hazy here, even in the late afternoon, or mid-afternoon, I should say. Moxie 540 on final. Right, they need to put the A220 factory here. They should. So many of them. One of these days, we need to keep count of all the A220s. Give you one last update here for the day, I guess, on the sub count. 6907. So 93 subscribers left to go. It'll probably be more than that. We typically lose 2 or 3 throughout the week. But 93 more subscribers left to go to reach our goal before Christmas. So it looks like we hopefully will make it there. Hopefully we don't have any unforeseen issues that keep us from being out here between now and Christmas. So, breeze flying 1 hour 36 minutes. This A220 from Windsor Locks. Now that the American Eagle gets a move on. And then again, we have another Moxie from Louisville, Kentucky. Moxie 331. Got an American Eagle sitting out at the end of the runway, I believe. Waiting for their departure. That's not the one that we just saw starting up. It's only about an hour, 5 minutes from here to Louisville. The one we're looking at, that's Republic Airways 4765 off the JFK. That one is, in fact, going to get a move on. Republic Airways 4560, also the one that was just starting up, also headed off to JFK, New York. So back-to-back New York flights here. I think our viewer Max Trains will be on board the Philadelphia flight. That one should be leaving here before too long. He came in on Breeze. Said he's headed to Philadelphia after this, American. I believe that was an A320 that came in from Philadelphia. So I wonder if Moxie 331, this one, will head back to New Orleans after this. That's where it came from originally today. Left up to Louisville and now making the return flight. This one an E190. So the Republic Airways sitting over here waiting for a gate. Sounds like they're ready to get a move on. So this is the other Republic off to JFK. That one departing here shortly. Six minutes for JetBlue, 2485. Again, another A220-300. It's a Delta CRJ in between. Endeavor 5495 coming in from Indianapolis. Triple 7 passing New York for American 173 Heavy. They still have an hour and 11 minutes left in their journey. Air France taking a little bit of a different trek. They are just west of Washington Dulles. So just west of DC. About 40 minutes left in that 777's journey. Thank you, Ramona. Could use a nice hot chocolate right now or a nice warm tea. Thank you so much for the $15 super chat. Greatly appreciate that, and I will definitely put that to something hot. I'd like a nice hot broccoli and cheese soup. Hopefully Miss Caroline will have a fire going in the fireplace when I get home. And I can put my toes up to the fireplace. I don't know if she's still listening. I know she's busy today, but as she is every day. A nice warm fire sounds perfect. So this one off to JFK. Got our CRJ from Indianapolis on final. Got an A321 and a CRJ. I think that's an A321. It's not up on flight radar, so I don't have any information on it. JetBlue 2485, the next arrival. They're starting to get all of the equipment ready for Air France. The pushback tug's just behind the tree. So getting that ready, the tug is coming to pull that one into the gate. The 777 once it gets here. I wonder how many airplanes you could pull with one of these. With just one. How many 777s can you pull with one of these big tugs? One hour, 17 minutes of flight time for JetBlue here from JFK. Another A220. I was looking through some of the shows here. Not a particularly good day for the aviation community, it doesn't look like. Trying to figure out where this A321 is headed. I have a feeling it's headed back to Charlotte. We've got Delta 2006 coming in from Orlando, arriving in 13 minutes. That's another A320. 200. We've also got United 1108 coming in from Newark, New Jersey. We've got another A321 American on the move. Delta 3245, an A321 coming in from Atlanta. That's 19 minutes. Frontier 1786. Honey the Badger livery. An A321 coming in from Orlando in 20 minutes. The main flight we're after, though, Air France 692T. That one coming in from Charles de Gaulle, 31 minutes out. Again, that one's going to be the last arrival unless we are so stacked with planes coming in or there's something special coming in. Which it doesn't appear to be. We've got Alaska Airlines 737 MAX 9 arriving in 37 minutes. We've got Air Canada on the move. Hey, Helsinki spotting. Good evening to you. Southwest 2349 from Chicago, 33 minutes. So those will probably be the last few planes of the day. Our technical last plane is the Air France 777. Got a United on the way out. Looks like we're going to get busy one last time before we end the day of plane spotting. Again, we've got about 30 minutes left in the day. Then we're going to send you guys out to a cold Memphis, Tennessee. See what our old pal Pip is up to in Memphis. Southwest 737-8 headed out. As it doesn't look like American's going to go anywhere here for a minute. Southwest on the way out. Man, my nose is starting to run. Not a MAX 8, but it is a 737-8. This Southwest is Southwest 1093 off to Nashville, Tennessee. Is this... Endeavor 5260 coming in from Newark, New Jersey. Southwest going to do a turn and burn. There's nobody, doesn't have to wait for anybody. like 4 or 5. There's a bunch of them lined up out there ready for departure. There we go. Finally, this A321. I'm gonna go for it. Yeah, I believe so. That 737-700 we've been peeking in on all day. I believe that is the San Jose Charger. Maybe the A321's ready to go. There we go. Gonna be a good sounding departure for the A321. This one, I assume, is off to Charlotte. American 1897 is indeed off to Charlotte. Miss Carolina gifting out 5 more Carolina Aviation memberships. A huge thank you to her. I think that's what, 10 or 12. I think it's right at 13 new subs or members today, so thank you guys. I gifted out our 5 memberships earlier today around 12 o'clock. So Miss Carolina gifting out 5 more. Congratulations to the 5 of you for getting gifted the membership. Enjoy that. 51 Endeavor 5112 off to LaGuardia, that last departure. CRJ. Bet this A321's headed back to Dallas. Oops. American 2693, in fact, off to Dallas Fort Worth. Delta 2006 coming in from Orlando. 1 hour 15 minutes of flight time. Endeavor 5310, this one here off to DCA. United ready to go. This one not up on flight radar currently. Buster, good afternoon. Welcome to the channel. Getting ready to wind down the show here. We're waiting on our Air France 777 from Charles de Gaulle. There we go, rapid fire departure. First and only time today we've seen that. This one right here headed off to Miami, Frontier 3321. Gonna be a nice quick departure here. Hopefully early rotation, give you guys the fantastic shots. Got Air Canada still sitting out at the end of the runway out there, waiting for their departure. Let's get you that United information. United 1920 off to Chicago O'Hare, the 737 MAX 8 headed out to our buddy Matt Mann. American Airlines 1674 off to Philadelphia. So I believe that A319 coming into view right there. Is it an A320? I think Max Trains is on board that one to Philadelphia. So he came in earlier from Fort Myers on a Breeze flight. So now he's ready to go to Philadelphia. Glad we were able to capture his departure here. Next arrival, we've got United 1108 coming in from Newark, New Jersey, an A319. Delta 3245 from Atlanta, arriving in 4 minutes. So the action's going to continue here. Air France crossing into North Carolina now. They've got 16 minutes left in their journey from Paris. Like I said, Air Canada sitting out there at the end. And somebody asking about the San Jose Sharks charter. That is the San Jose Sharks charter right there. 737-700. So the A319 just beyond their tower. Temperature started to fall again, now down to 43 degrees. Oh, check this out. A little 2-for-1 there through the clouds. You got Delta from Atlanta there. But while we wait, check out this strong straight line of clouds. Perfectly straight, perfectly even right through there. Speaking of United, we got another United headed out. To 23 right. Again, we saw small bits of sunshine here today. None where I'm standing, but some out there towards the end of the runway. The tower was in the sunlight there for a little while today. Very cloudy, cold afternoon of plane spotting here. So 1 hour, 15 minutes of flight time for this A319. All right, Delta 3245 from Atlanta, an A321. On final, but got the A320 departure back to Philadelphia. Again, at Max Trains, a viewer on board this one. No news on the new charter airline for them just yet. Delta already touching down. Is this Air Canada finally? Nope, another Delta CRJ. Next arrival is Frontier 1786 from MCO. An A321-200. Honey the Badger touching down from Orlando. There we go, finally, Air Canada. That CRJ back to Toronto. Next arrival, American Airlines 2704 coming in from Charlotte. 29 minutes of flight time for the A321. Come on, Air Canada. Again, Air Canada back to Toronto. Another A220. Southwest getting a move on. 2-3 left. Issues with the up and down today. I don't know. I think it's because of all the extra layers. I'm struggling today, and it's really, really cold. My hands are freezing. Air France now number 1 on final. Got United 1821 coming in from Houston as well. Southwest Avello, Alaska. A couple others. Oops. Make sure that locked back into position. Rapid fire departures. This one here is going to be JetBlue. I'm going to stick with Air France. Well, there she is. The official last plane of the show. There are a bunch more to come in. So we may stay for a couple more after this one's arrival, but Air France due in as JetBlue gets a move on out of here. So of course we'll wait for that one to be towed in to the gate before we end today's show. Just a reminder, if you guys are just joining us, we'll be out in Seymour Johnson on Thursday. Gonna try to do a show in Goldsboro Thursday morning. So hopefully you guys will enjoy that. A place we've never been before to do a show. I'm really excited to do a show out there. Guys are here in another A220 at Breeze Airways. Got a bunch of arrivals coming in now. We'll stick around for the arrivals. The Delta A220 you're hearing. This one getting ready to go back to Boston. Maybe it sounds like there's another one getting ready to leave over here on Terminal 2 side. Sounds like all of our A220s are getting ready to leave. A lot of arrivals, I'd say there's at least 7 arrivals, including Alaska Airlines. Can see them now off in the distance. You can see 3 of the 7 lined up. This one here is Southwest 2349 from Chicago Midway. We do have Air France coming around the corner here in just a moment. United 1821 from Houston. That's Max 8 touching down. Air France will stop there, shut engines down, and get towed the rest of the way into the gate. Next arrival is Southwest 2179 from Fort Lauderdale. Getting ready to have that A220 departure. We'll swing around for that one probably. Not quite ready to go just yet. A220 giving us a turn and burn. phone keeps hitting buttons. Southwest already touching down. Air France not hooked up just yet. We've got a Velo coming in from Rochester. The American's coming in early. American about 17 minutes out. This is the Republic Airways livery. All right, so we'll make American 173 Heavy our final plane of the day. We haven't seen the American 777 in a while. At least not here anyway, so we'll make that our final plane of the day. So a Velo on final. They're not moving Air France just yet. Looks like Alaska Airlines going to be on final for 23 right. Again, a Velo from Rochester. Alaska 572 from Seattle, 737 MAX 9, 4 hours 11 minutes of flight time for that one. We'll capture that one in just a moment. They are starting to move with that 777. So Air France getting their final tow to the gate. Air France those last couple of feet into the gate. All right, so we got a little bit more time here. We're going to wait out the American 777. We haven't seen that one in quite a while. We've got American 2970 from Miami in 5 minutes. American 2308 from Los Angeles in 4 minutes. So we're going to have some planes to keep us busy here. American 173 Heavy 18 minutes. We also have off in the distance Frontier 2440 17 minutes away. So it'll be a good ending to the show. At least we'll be quite busy here for the remainder of the show. Another exec jet arrival. It's been quite the day for exec jets. American Eagle still sitting out there at the end waiting for their departure. Gonna try to warm up the hands here real fast so we can get back into the action. So again, American 173 Heavy will be officially our last plane of the day. I'll send you guys out to Memphis after that. Thank you for the info. A Cessna Citation diverting to RDU. That won't show up on my flight radar, will it? No. We've got Vista America flying in here from Teterboro. Bombardier Challenger 300. That's a good looking jet. That's the silver and orange jet that we see here quite frequently. That one arriving just before the 777. Are they going to let this one come all the way in? There's no way. I'm surprised they let him come in that far under his own power. Due to the construction over there, they're not allowed to come in that far under their own power. Alright, so next arrival, American 2308 coming in from Los Angeles. 737 800. 4 hours, 5 minutes of flight time. Next arrival, American at 2970 coming in from Miami. 1 hour, 37 minutes for the A319. Dude, flight radar, what the... So I click back on the 777, it still says 18 minutes. A lot of issues with flight radar today for us. It still says 18 minutes as I closed it and reopened it. Is the 777 stuck? Not traveling at the moment? That is weird. Alaska Airlines coming around. Guess they're headed to the box to wait for a gate. Alaska come in right and went right immediately to the box. So a good look at Alaska. 572, they came in from Seattle. Now sitting over there waiting for a gate as we patiently wait for the American 777, our official last plane of the show. I didn't realize they were so close together. Otherwise, I would have made American our last plane anyway. So that Cessna Citation, I think that's this one, that diversion. This one's not on my radar, so I have no idea what this is. in the that just gives you an idea of how large that engine actually is. Even if it's not the big GE90, that is still one large engine on that 777. This is Southwest 1291. They're getting ready to head to Denver, Colorado. 737 MAX 9. MAX 8, excuse me. So I wonder if when the 777 gets close, if we'll have 20 folks pop in and then pop right back out. So I don't know how many of you guys, like my moderators, are watching that or not. The Air France 777 is on final. 20 people popped in. As soon as it landed, went out of the screen. 20 people went out. Really, really weird. YouTube does some really weird things. Southwest off to Denver, Colorado at MAX 8. We're looking at Delta 2633 off to Atlanta, Georgia. Yeah, it's so funny. So if you guys watch what happens. It may or may not happen this time, but it's funny how that works. All right, Vista America from Teterboro going to be up next for arrival, followed by Frontier Airlines, and then our 777 will end the day. 5 p.m. That's the official sunset for Raleigh currently. Yeah, it is RDU native. If you guys ever notice, I don't know, because I'm a content creator and I do a lot of live shows. If you guys ever really watch live shows, it always seems like the bigger ones, like LA Flights, Airline Videos Live. A couple of you guys probably don't know of Ron on the Go. They all seem to be capped at like 1.2 if you watch. Only when they do like certain events do they get up to like 1.4, you know, stuff like that. And then you have certain ones that are always at like 4.6, like Big Jet TV. He always has 4.6 thousand people watching his show. So it's just really weird how YouTube, I don't know if YouTube caps it or what they do with it. But I find it to be so funny. You've got 100,000 subscribers, but yet only 1,000 people watching your show at any one time. It's quite funny how that works. Just something for you guys to think about next time you're watching some live shows. There's another one called Resort TV 1 that does Disney. They usually average about 2.3. So it's just really, really weird. I want to see where this Breeze E190 is headed back to. So it began the day in New Orleans. Moxie 331 again headed back to New Orleans. It went from here, or it went from New Orleans to here to Louisville, back to here, and now it's headed back to New Orleans. So here's a good look at Moxie 331. It is going to be a beautiful sunset here. The sun already going down. A lot of clouds in the area, making the sunset quite nice. Last plane of the show, American 173 Heavy from London. 7 hours, 57 minutes of flight time. 4 minutes remaining for them. In fact, they're hiding behind the tower, I believe. So if you guys have enjoyed the day, please make sure to smash the like button one more time here as we roll out the end of the day of plane spotting. This is our exec jet arrival a moment ago. Subscribe to the channel if you guys are new as well. Getting down to about 93 subscribers needed before Christmas. Just another reminder, too, we're going to Seymour Johnson on Thursday. If you guys are interested in any military aviation action, we're going to try to make that happen out there. Again, we've never been to Seymour Johnson other than for air shows and stuff, so I don't know how the service is going to be. So we shall see. Hopefully you guys will be able to join us for that show. I haven't set up a start time yet. I need to sit down and look and see about how long it takes to drive out there and stuff like that, and then I can set up the show for Thursday. So enjoy the 777 arrival, final plane of the night. now that the 777 is touched down, we'll wait on the 777 to make it to the gate. Also, if you guys go back into today's show around 2:15 p.m., you'll hear we got called out over the radio. They're around 2:14 p.m., so if you guys go back and check that out, got somebody on the radio hollering out, talking about how he saw us. He caught me sitting down too. So a very good day of plane spotting. Thank you guys for tuning in and joining us, of course. Again, we're still going to wait on the 777 to block in at the gate, and then we'll be done for the day. I want to thank you guys for subscribing to the channel, becoming channel members, and gifting those memberships. All of your contributions are greatly appreciated and welcomed today. Hopefully you guys were able to stay nice and warm and enjoy the planes. I'm absolutely freezing. As a matter of fact, I texted Miss Caroline and told her, you know, get a fire going in the fireplace, and I want something nice and warm to eat when I get there. I'm going to crank the heat up in the car on the way home. Yeah, I might be able to tag it in the thumbnail, and then I can put it in the description as well. We also had that training fighter jet departure earlier this afternoon. That was around noon. So if you guys want to go back and check out that fighter jet departure, that trainer, feel free to do that as well. I may post a short clip of the call out over the radio today as well. So be on the lookout for that one. You guys can like that as well. I think that's a first. I think that's the first time we've ever been called out on the radio. Ooh, that does sound good. Some spaghetti and meatballs. All right, the 777 American from London. Alaska Airlines still sitting over here in the box. Another reminder, you guys will be sent out to Memphis. Our friend and moderator and content creator Pip Hastings out in Memphis, Tennessee. So again, thank you guys for spending your Sunday with us again. Must not be anybody over there for the 777 to turn in. So we started the day with, hold on. We started the day with 861, 6,861. We're now up to 6,913. So again, a huge thank you to you guys for subscribing to the channel. Once again, we're trying to make it to 7,000 by Christmas. I'm hoping the 777 will hurry because I've got something else we can check out as we close out the evening. Maybe. I think they may have stopped again. Seven in the gate. All right, you guys, I hope you guys have enjoyed this broadcast. We'll see you on Thursday in Seymour Johnson. Be our first time heading down there. So hopefully we can put on a good show for you guys. Hopefully there'll be a lot of action to also put on a good show for you guys out there. Thank you guys again for spending your Sunday with us. Have a wonderful start to your week, and we'll see you on Thursday for some, hopefully, jet action, military jet action. See you, everybody.